How we doing? Time for the final read through of Hellskin Episode 6. All right, let's export us an ebook. Mobby. Mobby. I don't know that I know Chariots of Fire Swiftness. I have so many gaps in my musical knowingnesses. Episode 6. I might leave this copyright notice up in the final book. I know I keep saying that, but it really does tickle me every time. I need to get a new Patreon list. Alrighty, new Patreon list. I fell into a burning ring of fire. Went down, and the flames went higher. And it burns, that ring of fire. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-booey. Okay, patrons, here we go. Nope. Jeff! Hello, Valerie's26. How you doing today? Okay, and then we take a U. Ba ba booey. Woo! Whiz, whiz, bang! Thank you for the host, Dread. Appreciate it. I'm doing great, Valerie's. Most of the time I encounter tremendous difficulties getting up real early in the morning and getting an early start to my day. But whenever I do, it feels really good. Three producers. Gave blood yesterday. That was unpleasant. Hi, Little Dread. I absolutely despise needles and having blood drawn. Anything that takes my blood out of my body, especially via needles, is just... don't like it. Don't like it. What was the worst part about it, though, was that excuse me. I made an appointment beforehand, and then their scheduling system was messed up. So when I got there on time for my appointment, I then had to sit in the waiting area for an hour waiting. Valerie's, I write fantasy novels. So I sat in the waiting area for an hour waiting, anticipating and picturing what was about to happen to me. And during the time I was waiting, at least 2 or 3 people came in after me as walk-ins, sat down, and got put in the chair and started having their blood drawn while I was sitting there watching. So that wasn't fun. And then right towards the tail, so eventually I got in the chair, etc., etc., etc. And right towards the tail end of having my blood drawn, I almost passed out. I started to feel faint and spots and stars dancing in front of my eyes, and yeah. And when at the exact moment that happened, nobody was around my chair, and so I didn't want to like suddenly scream like I'm about to pass out, but so I just kind of sat there waiting until somebody came by and they were like, "How are you doing?" I was like, "I am extremely lightheaded right now," and they were like, "Oh, we're gonna lay you down, have your head a little bit lower." I was like, "That is probably a good idea." And then that resolved it, and I stopped feeling like I was going to pass out. And then when I was done, why are you not exporting a Kindle document for me, Scrivener? So when I was done, I got up, and the person who was helping me was like, "Wow, look at that. That's all from you." And they pointed um, towards. I was wearing shorts, as I am wearing today, and they pointed down towards the end of the table, and there were two puddles of sweat, just giant puddles of sweat. Um, and I was like, yeah, I almost passed out. They were like, wow, well, okay. So I guess I'll be back there in a couple of months. Anyway, it was unpleasant for sure, but it's, it's important, obviously. Scrivener, why are you doing this to me? Kindle Gen failed to generate a Mobi file at the expected location. I've never encountered this before. Okay, HTML elements section of the export style settings. I don't. Okay, Kindle Gen. Anything? You gonna work for me? Nope. Good. Cool, cool. Let me try downloading and replacing my Kindle Gen file. This is my first time exporting an ebook or a Kindle file since I updated my Mac OS. So I'm hoping this is just some thing with the new OS and that. Please just let me fix this. Come on, work for me. Nope. All right, fine. Help topic. I wonder if it'll work with the other Kindle. Oh, hold on. Okay, let me try that. Shit. Worst thing about doing this on stream is that you can't see any of the export windows, so it literally just looks like you're looking at the same screen the whole time. Okay. KF8. Oh, no. Okay, let's try KF8. Okay, these are already set to none. What if we try this? Later, Dread. How about now? You want to work now? No? Let's try closing Scrivener and opening it back up again. Fucking Christ. Not what I want to be dealing with. Nope. Alright, let's try it without front matter or back matter. See if that does anything. No. I need coffee. Be right back. All right. So, update. We're annoyed. We don't like this. This is fucking annoying. I wonder. Excuse me. I wonder why. Son of a bitch. Let's see if there's any updates. Okay, there's an update. That's a good song. Okay, check for updates. Hey, what's up, Seth? My writing program is being a piece. And so I'm updating it to see if it will stop being a piece. Sometimes I unconsciously mimic the body language of my favorite memes. Like this. This is the I would prefer not to. Yay for techie problems. Oh! updated Scrivener and it finally came with dark mode. Why didn't I do that months ago? Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's so pretty. Oh. I mean, I don't know why episode 6 is being such a butt, but it's being such a butt. Movie ebook compile. Here we go. Let's give this a shot. Come on. You can. I fucking believe in you. Why? Why? Nope. I was wrong to believe in you. Empty the motherfucking trash. Okay, download Kindle Previewer. Comes with an updated Kindle Gen, apparently. Yeah, okay. Stop fucking telling me about it. Just let me fucking download it. Fuck. Download now. Good. And I wonder, why wonder, why she went away, and I wonder. Why? You got to get the fricative in there. That little. No, that's not a fricative. That's a. What is that? That's a. Fuck. I forget the linguistics term for it. Well, what can I say? I learned it from Tolkien. No, I didn't learn that it was the Dutch G from Tolkien. But I spent way too much studying Tolkien's pronunciation guides. That man knew language. Agree. Install. Give me my Kindle files, you son of a bitch! Bookadoo! Yeah, move the trash. Okay, so now we installed it. And now we need a Kindle Gen file. And Scrivener should detect and use it. Starting to sound like a Skeksis. Mmm. Hot damn! Tale as old as time. Song as old as rhyme. Monster fucking twink. You feed me my ebook. You stick it in my face. I don't know if I'm still loopy from blood loss yesterday or what, but I'm feeling a weird energy today. No, not you. Fuck off. Export. Open in. Kindle. You son of a bitch. Hey. Does this count as a day job? Okay, we got you. We got you. We don't need you anymore. We got that. Bada boom, bada bam, bam. No, not what I'm looking for. Preferences. Channel. No, I guess not. I don't know. at least for me, I don't know if this is an American thing, but what do you call it? Day job to me implies working for somebody else. That is a very heavy connotation of the term day job. Right. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I guess for me personally, another connotation of the term day job is a false sense of security. Which this job also isn't. Okay. You gonna open up now? You gonna be in my Kindle library? Is this gonna work? Did we do it? Did we do it, Reddit? Did we fucking do it? We fucking did it, Reddit. It's right there. It's on my Kindle right now. I'm opening it. Ugh. Right, exactly. Yeah, although on the flip side of that, Seth, I have long said that the security of a day job is an illusion. Okay. Hellskin, Episode 6 by Garrett Robinson. Copyright 2020 by Legacy Books. All rights reserved. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, business, events, or locales is purely coincidental. Reproduction in whole or part of this publication without express written consent is strictly prohibited. Jeff! This is an incomplete manuscript. This is one part of the novel Hellskin by Garrett Robinson. This is an early draft of the work shared only with Garrett's supporters on Patreon. 29. Captain, said Mag. Am I? Said Kuhn. Mag, Yue, and I exchanged a glance. Sir, said Mag. Am I your captain? Said Kuhn. Because one obeys one's captain, and yet the three of you have gone to scout for the enemy alone after I explicitly ordered you not to. That, of course, is the sort of statement for which there is no safe response, and so we said nothing. Beside Kuhn, too looked fit to explode. Only deference to his captain. Well, Jeff knows, Seth. Jeff knows. Only deference to his captain seemed to be keeping him silent. I did not doubt he wished to say many loud, angry things to us. Well, said Kuhn, you are all uncustomarily silent. Alburn, at least, usually has a clever tongue that hardly ever stills. What am I to make of you? Sergeant Telfer, at least. What am I to make of you? This is the sort of thing that normally carries heavy penalties. Restricted rations, certainly. Mayhap stocks if we had them. If anything disastrous happened as a result of your transgression, lashes would not be out of the question, nor even execution were the consequences dire enough. I say this not to hound you with empty threats, but to convey the severity with which I must now consider your case. By the way, I have come to a decision that when I record the audiobook of Hellskin, Captain Kuhn, I'm going to spend a long time listening and practicing, and then for the audiobook, Captain Kuhn is going to be my best Uncle Iroh, which I'm very excited about. Mag rallied impressively, speaking in a calm voice. Sir, we apologize for going against your orders, but our venture bore fruit. We found the shades. They are trapped, and we can wipe them out if we act quickly enough. Kuhn studied her for a moment, his eyes only occasionally flitting to Yue and I on either side of her. On either side of her. Don't do it, Swiftness. You're going to make us all cry. When he spoke, it was not an answer to anything she had said, as if he had not heard her at all. Do you know, when you first arrived, I was nearly positive that you were Shades, he said. The first thing that shook my conviction was Sergeant Baulon's arrival, and then we fought together against the Shades, and I watched you kill them with my own eyes. My last vestiges of doubt vanished, and I thought that was the end of it. Yet now I feel I see things clearly for the first time after a long while spent in the darkness. Sir, I said, we are not shades. Oh no, said Kuhn quietly. I am even more certain of that now. You are something less evil than shades, but no less dangerous. You are vigilantes, folk who think yourselves above the rest of us, who see yourselves as being removed from the petty concerns of the 9 lands. Respectfully, sir, said Yue, I love Underrealm with my whole heart, and I will defend my honor on... Be silent, Sergeant Road 2. He bit off the words almost as sharply as they had erupted, and I gained a new appreciation for just how hard he must be clamping down on his rage. Do not try to defend your honor when you have been caught violating the trust of your superiors. Yue's jaw spasmed once, but she fell silent. Mag spoke again, still calmly. Yet it is true, sirs, we do love Underrealm. Not as much as you loved your husband, said Kuhn, and he too was calm. I do not say that to hurt you. It is no evil thing that you loved him more than a nation, which is not even a real thing, nothing you can touch or see or hold in the darkness when fear and grief press themselves upon you. Yet within the false idea that is a kingdom there are real people. Many of them are just as worthy as your Sten, though you do not know them, and by your actions you endanger them. This war that poisons Underrealm is of little concern to you as long as you satisfy your quest for revenge, and yet in that pursuit... war that poisons Underrealm is of little concern to you as long as you satisfy your pursuit of revenge, and yet in that pursuit you will leave many more in grief, countless others who now must seek their own reparations for the loss of loved ones. He paused for a moment and sighed, and his smile faded. I changed my mind, you know. I sent for Lieutenant Shi tonight, and I told him to go find you, to assign you to hunt for the Shades tomorrow, as you requested. If you had been less foolish, you would now be free to pursue your aims, and if I had not come around to your way of thinking, I would never have noticed your betrayal. The captain's words struck me hard, and I could see I was not the only one. Mag's eyes had widened, and her stance had become tense. I could feel the conflict inside her, self-doubt worming its way into her mind. Again she mustered herself. Yet we found the enemy. If we act quickly, we can destroy them, but we have to rouse the troops now. Kuhn's gaze grew knife-sharp, and his smile returned, just as thin as before. Why? Mag blinked. To root them out of... Why now, Sergeant? Why not in the morning? There was a long, deathly silence. Then, at last, because they discovered us, said Mag. Oh, said Kuhn, eyes wide with mock surprise. Did they? Again, a silence stretched wide enough to drown, and finally I growled out, Dark take it, Mag. Now is not the time to go dancing around... dancing around... Half-truths. Captain, we infiltrated the camp and slew 2 shade officers and a guard while searching for the weremage, but they spotted us before we could find her. With each revelation, it seems the situation grows more dire, said Kuhn, and your offense more severe. Not for the first time I find myself confident that you tell the truth, because if you were lying, surely you would not keep digging yourself deeper into the grave. We are sorry, sir, I said, but this can be turned to our advantage. If we move now, we can root them out of their hole and end this expedition. Please, sir, we know we were wrong. I stared hard at Mag to quell any disagreement, though to my surprise she looked docile. But give us the chance to make it right. His smile widened. Well, at least you expressed some remorse. And I suppose I cannot deny someone a chance at redemption, whether deserving or not. Why won't you charge? There we go. Of course we must march on them, and at once. I have half a mind to leave your company here to guard the camp, Lieutenant Shi, but I have never believed in punishing an officer for his subordinates' mistakes, and besides, we will need the good sergeants as guides. Not to mention that if we must fight, I would rather have the uncut lady to the fore. This, at last, seemed to be what Mag needed to hear. She straightened, her grip tightening on her spear. Thank you, Captain. You will not regret this. I hope not, said Kuhn. If I do, be assured that you will regret it far more. Lieutenant Zhu will remain behind with 1 company to guard the supply train. The rest of you get ready to march. I want us to leave within a quarter hour. Dismissed. We turned and strode away, but we had barely gone half a span before I heard a growl behind us. Sergeants? I swallowed hard, and we all turned to face 2. He was still livid, his eyes boring into each of us in turn. His hands were clasped behind his back as if he was restraining himself. Lieutenant Shi, said Mag, I do not know what changed between Taitu and here, but you had better change it back, said Tu sharply. I trusted you, and I thought you trusted me. Sir, I said, it is not that we did not Be silent, said Tu, and I fell quiet. You went off against orders because you thought you knew better and that your own concerns were more important. Everyone knows you 2 are the most experienced fighters in the army. They've known it since you arrived. But I respected you because you did not act superior, because you never lorded your skills or your history over the rest of us. Now it seems that was all a ruse, and you held yourself above us all along. He stepped up to Mag.
You are not above us, he said. Just because you could take anyone here in a fight does not mean you are better than we are. We know the strength of trusting the people we fight beside, and that is a greater strength than any one person can match, even the Uncut Lady. I thought you understood that already, but you had better learn the lesson now. Two turned and marched away. Get your squadrons ready, he called back over his shoulder. You had better not be even a moment late for muster. Once we had our squadrons up and readying themselves for battle, Mag and I ran to tell Dryleaf we were all right. His tent was, as usual, near the wagon from the Guild of Lovers. I expected him to be sleeping, but he was sitting up, alert. He looked to be telling a story to Orla and Nikau. I feel like I should cut this scene. Yeah, I think I'm cutting this scene. It's hard. I like it, but... it is part of a series. It is book 3. Book 1 and 2 are already out. They are called Bloodlust and Stoneheart. I think I have a command. There you go. You can see all of my books, actually all of the Underrealm books, including ones that I published but did not write, at that link I just dropped in chat.
Oh my gosh, Valerie's. I hope you really liked them. Also, hi Josh. Good to see you. Okay, well, that cut 700 words out of this episode.
All right, back to the reading. It was a cold night and the wind whistled low. Yue growled at it in response, thumping her hands against her arms to fight the cold. She was with her own squadron of spears, helping them to ready for the fight. She found herself irritable and she did not know why. Maybe it was because her squadron badgered her with question after question about the coming fight. Will we fight them underground or above? Said one. I think underground, but I cannot know for certain, said Yue. Will we be on the front line again? Asked another, her eyes wide. Her shoulder wound was from the battle and the green frost was still healing. I do not know, growled Yue. Sergeant, should we bring... I do not know, barked Yue. They all fell silent around her. She closed her eyes and put a hand to her forehead. I'm sorry. I spoke to you like Ashta and Sinshi back home. I should not have then, and I should not have now. It is all right, Sergeant, said one of them slowly. No, it is not, growled Yue. The wind picked up, spattering them all with flurries of snow picked up from the ground. Spattering is not the word we want. Oh boy, Josh, that's a lot. All right, let's do this. Oh, the wind picked up, needling them all with flurries of snow picked up from the ground. Again, Yue pounded her arms to warm the blood. Once I was in charge and I knew most everything about my job, she said. Nothing went on in Lanshui that I was not aware of. Here, everything is different. I'm not them. She tossed her head in the direction of Mag and me, who were busy with our own squadrons. I'm a fighter, and I have been for most of my life, but I am new to this kind of fighting. Before I met you all, the closest I came to war was when the vampires attacked my town. And waiting for them to come, I suppose that the threat seemed great, but at least we knew when they were coming, and we had a plan to fight them. A spark seemed to light in her eyes, and her squadron saw it. But that was not why I felt confident. I felt confident because of them. Again she nodded to Mag and me. One of her soldiers snorted. Mostly because of her, I suppose. No, growled Yue. Both of them. Albert may not be, well, he may not be Mag, but he is no slouch either. I would lay 10 gold weights on him against anyone in this little army, except Mag herself. I thought he was a dark-damned steer when first I met him. And do you know what? He is a steer, but he's a good steer. He is my steer. Not just kind of heart, but skilled and wise as well. If there's anything wrong with him, it is that... She cut herself off. Her squadron stared at her quizzically. What, Sergeant, said one. It is that he cannot keep his foolish mouth shut when he should, snapped Yue. Much like others I could name. Now heft those spears, we have a battle to fight. But before she went to fetch her own weapons, she looked at me again and then at Mag. A curtain of snow blew up before her, blocking us both from view. It was a cold night and the wind whistled low. I shivered against it, pulling my hood tighter around my face, trying to keep warm. My squadron stood in the darkness around me, rubbing or slapping their arms to keep themselves warm as we waited for the order to march. I walked among them, seeing that they and their equipment were in shape, catching a loose buckle here or there and helping to tighten it. Ensuring no one carried anything they did not need. Chaosku had been called back from sentry duty, replaced by an archer from Zhen's company. From what Chaosku had heard, the captain's nephew was not pleased at being left behind while the rest of the force marched off to glory. I was not certain if the captain was leaving him behind because he wished to protect him or because he felt Zhen was one of the few lieutenants he could trust absolutely. Either way, if I could have chosen to be in the company staying behind, I would not have minded. I would have. Fighting a desperate, deadly battle in narrow tunnels beneath the earth was far from my idea of a good time. Remember, we will be going in first, but only until we make contact with the enemy, I said. As soon as we see them, we are to loose a volley and then run like elves are after us. Green Squadron will take it from there. Yes, sir, said Gian fiercely. She was projecting all eagerness for the coming battle, but I could sense the nervousness beneath her outward demeanor. And maybe we will have the chance to loose 1 or 2 extra shots into the traitors. Hopefully it will be over too quickly for that, I replied. Will they not see our torches coming in the darkness, said Chaosku. His anxiety was much plainer to see than Gian's. They might, but there's little we can do about that, I said. They could do one of two things. They might attempt to hold the tunnel against us, for it is narrow and will render our numbers no great advantage. Or they might seek a pitched battle in the large cave where they have made camp. If they try to hold the tunnel, Jian may well get her wish. The captain will not send our fighters to die against that brute woman who leads them. Instead, we will pepper them with bowfire until we whittle them down enough that they have to retreat. Either way, it will likely end with a pitched battle in the large cave. There we should be as safe as we were in the battle on the Green Fost. Halon's great red beard jumped as he chewed on a piece of meat, pulled from a pouch as a midnight snack before our foray. His eyes kept resting upon me for a moment before darting quickly away. He seemed less than pleased. I had not told him what Mag and I were up to before we left. It was strange to feel such disapproval from the man, who was normally the friendliest archer in my squadron. "Easy enough, sir," he said gruffly. "Anything else?" "No, that is all," I said. I turned to speak to the rest of them. Tonight has held more than its share of bad decisions, and for that I am sorry. But we are all making the best of a bad situation. Halon spat. "Suppose you did what you thought was best." "We did," I said, "and with luck we will be proven right in the end." Said Halon. The wind whistled colder, and I shivered again. Mag's squadron buckled on their swords and hefted their shields. Debu and Lee swung their arms nervously, trying to stave off the cold just like the rest of us, but Mag seemed almost entirely unaffected. But Mag seemed unaffected by the weather. The sharp wind's only effect on her was to send her cloak and hair swirling. Her gaze was fixed to the northeast where the cave in the shades waited. "Is everyone ready?" said Mag. "Yes, sir," said Debu. "Good," she said. "We will be right behind Alburn's squadron." That means... That means we will be the first to meet the enemy when it comes to blades instead of arrows. Let me take the 4 then. Just focus on staying alive. "They say this is it," said Lee. Her voice shook slightly. "They say this should be the end." "It will be," said Mag fervently, but quietly. She thought of her promise to Dryleaf about how we would be leaving Kuhn's army at the next large city we reached. She motioned Lee and Debu closer and spoke quietly enough that only they could hear. "Before we go tonight, I have a question. Do both of you mean to see this war through?" Lee's wandering eyes focused and her brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" "This war for Dorsey," said Mag. "For all of Underrealm, I suppose. Will the two of you stick with Kuhn as long as it takes?" "I plan to," said Debu, folding his strong arms. A moment later, Lee nodded. "That is good," said Mag flatly. "You are both good at this. One should not be overly proud to be a good soldier, but one should not be ashamed of it either. And you could both be great one day, if that is what you want, but not me." Lee snorted, almost as if she could not help herself. "Sir, you must be joking. You are the greatest among... I mean that it is not for me anymore," said Mag. "I used to enjoy it as much as one can when I was, well, not a child, but younger. And when I looked back on those memories, I thought I would enjoy myself again. But I do not. I'm not meant for this sort of life anymore." "Well, not young, but younger. And when I looked back on those memories, I thought I would enjoy myself again. But I do not. I'm not meant for this sort of life anymore. One day you might not be either. When that day comes, I want you to try to recognize it, because I will not be there to tell you. You're going to have to look out for each other." She gave a sad smirk. "And for the lieutenant, I suppose." Debu's cheeks flushed. "Well, not like that," said Mag. "Although I suppose like that, too. Come, it is time to march." The cold wind picked up, blasting them all. Nothing about Mag shivered but her cloak. Chapter 30. And so we marched. 4 of Kuhn's companies set out, leaving behind the 5th under Zhen's command. Zhen himself stood at the northeast end of camp and watched us march away, his eyes never leaving the column. I do not know how long he waited as we all faded into the darkness before him, but I know it could not have been too long. We reached the entrance to the tunnel in short order. I approached it with some trepidation, afraid that we might find the shades had come out already. They should not have had enough time to form up for a proper defense, but I feared they might have some hidden trickery up their sleeve. Yet the snowy field beside the boulders was empty. There were no soldiers waiting for us with drawn blades, nor were there tracks to show they had come out at all. They were still inside. We halted, and the column drew up. Kuhn summoned Mag, Yue, and I to him. Tu was also there, arms folded, glare fixed upon us. "Well, Sergeant," said Kuhn, "where do we go next?" I pointed. "Behind those boulders is the entrance to a tunnel. That leads to the enemy." "Hey, enjoy caramelized sausage, Josh." "We should take care, Captain," said Mag. "They may be guarding the entrance, hoping to hold it against us." "Indeed they might," said Kuhn, smiling, "what I would not give for a wizard of almost any stripe. But very well, it might be best to drop a torch down first and see if we can spook them. If they fire arrows at it, we will at least know if they are there, and we can plan for..." They were waiting, and we can plan from there. Yes, sir, said Mag. Let me do it. Certainly, said Kuhn, waving her forwards. Mag took a torch from Debu and crept up the hillside until she was just above the boulder. She waited for a heartbeat and then dropped the torch inside. We all waited in dead silence, but nothing happened. I could just see the light glinting around the edges of the boulders at the entrance. Nothing, Captain, said Mag quietly, her voice floating towards us in the night. Very well, said Kuhn. 2 should drop down with shields and hide behind them at once. 2 others should drop ropes at the same time, in case we need to pull them out quickly. Bring a rope, said Mag. I can go in first alone. Before we could answer, Mag dropped into the darkness. I heard her boots land on the tunnel floor, and then another long silence. Nothing, Captain, said Mag again. This time her voice was heavy with the echoes of the tunnel. They are not here. We can proceed. Kuhn turned his gaze on me in the darkness, and though he still smiled, his eyes were steely. Very well, Sergeant, called Kuhn, but while I can sympathize with the impulse to put yourself on the front line, you do yourself no favors by disobeying my orders. My apologies, sir, called Mag. I will not do so again. I wonder if I can believe that, muttered Kuhn. Slowly, we began to filter into the tunnel. My squadron went first, as Kuhn had planned. I dropped into the tunnel beside Mag before my archers, and in the brief private moment we had, I fixed her with a look. Mag, you have to stop, I told her. I know you feel guilty, and I understand, but you will not get yourself killed trying to make things right. Do you understand me? I will not have it. If you cannot think of your own safety, at least think of me and of Dryleaf. I am thinking of you, said Mag. Do not worry for me. I shook my head. Do not give me a reason to. Then John dropped into the tunnel next to us, and I had to bite my tongue. I waited until all my archers were inside, and then we waited a moment longer until Mag's sword fighters had followed. Our squadrons would press down the tunnel, but not too quickly, while the rest of the army filtered in behind us. Halan walked near the front, torch in hand. No one else in my squadron held a torch, and Mag's squadron hung well back with their own torchbearer, so that we only had scant light to go by. But that seemed better than giving the enemy many targets to fire at in the darkness. That long, slow advance down the tunnel was one of the most nerve-wracking experiences I have ever had. It was not like the anticipation of any normal battle. We knew they were ahead of us, lurking in the darkness. They could not help but see us. We had a torch. Yet we had no choice but to advance straight towards them, helpless in the dark. We had no grand strategy, not like Kuhn had devised before. There was no room for it. This would be brutal, messy, and violent. We would fight and die in darkness, in the flash of torchlight glinting off blood-soaked blades. The Shades would be able to hold this tunnel long against superior numbers, even longer if the brute woman led the defense. If that happened, we would have little choice but to pit Mag against her and pray to a sky we could no longer see. Yet we pressed farther, and still farther, and there was no sign of our enemy. We neared the place where I knew the tunnel ended and opened up into the great cavern. Still there was no sign of occupation, nor did any arrows come hissing out of the darkness to fall among us. I walked a few paces in front of Halan to maintain my dark vision as best I could, but by now most of Kuhn's army would be in the tunnel behind us. A span away from the large cavern I stopped. Something about this felt wrong. The Shades would gain... Okay. Alright, up to 64.5 hours of editing so far. Woof. Yeah, we still got some catching up to do. A little bit behind for the month, but that's alright. I'm going to go grab a fresh coffee. Oh, coffee is so good. Book of Lost Tales, Part 1. History of Middle-earth. First American edition. Holy shit. I didn't even realize I had this. '84. Pretty sure this is a gift from my dad. '84. Year what? 86. 84? Oh. Ah! I have another version of the Book of Lost Tales. Fields of Fire. This was definitely from Dad. Vietnam. Novel by a Vietnam vet. 78. What am I looking for again? It's a Bodegazilla. 84 is when Ghostbusters came out? Wow. I don't know, for some reason I felt like I was older than that movie. 78. Same, right? 78. Okay. Are you 78? You are 78. Twenty thirteen. You were 2013, weren't you? Yes. Yes. A lot of books that year.
Biafra and the Were-Lion King by my buddy Carl Waters. Shit, I forgot about this. I got to hang out at that World Builder Summit thing. That was awesome. Might be time to get another keyboard? Do it. Do it, Bodegazilla. I do not have Commander and Thief. I only have your Roseland books, dude. Okay, so this is 2016. We're looking for Waters. I think this is 2017, right? Yes. Thomas, Hunt, Green, Dunbavand. Oh, 2016. Right, the year of awful. I will try to remember that Harry Potter and the Cursed Child came out in the worst year ever until 2020 rolled around. 2014. That should be after Wendy Willix, Arthur. Go. Oh, this is my second copy of the Dream Engine. I guess that makes sense. I formatted it. Oh, that reminds me. I got to send copies of Cloak of Red to the editors and artists and stuff. Yeah, me too, Eric, for sure. That is awesome, Seth. And as I've commented on previously, 2016 was the best year for me personally in my life. Most professional success, huge sales. I moved to Oregon. For me personally, 2016 was the best year of my adult life. For the world, it was the worst year until 2020 came along. That has been my position on 2016. That remains my position on 2016. All right. 2017. Year 2016. 17, and we got Okorafor. That goes there. Slan by A.E. Van Vogt, a Ballantine science fiction classic. 1940. You were 40, weren't you? Yep. Surprising number of books from 1940. That is my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sixth book from 40.
You're not going to believe this. Another 1940. Okay, obviously, I meant the worst year in my lifetime. Right now, the most mysterious thing about me is why I have so many books from 1940. And it actually has a pretty simple answer. I was gifted a whole collection of pulps and novels from that year. I like pulps. They're fun. (2008) for Swiss Family Robinson. See, I hate when publishers do this. Swiss Family Robinson. Copyright 2008. I'm like, fuck you! And it doesn't say on the copyright page when it was originally copyrighted. What a pain in my ass. I find myself falling more and more in line with the pulp writer identity as well. Wow. Swiss Family Robinson? 1812. Oh, you got it, Buddy Gazella. Yeah, I don't know how the legality works, Seth. It's annoying. Pretty sure this just became my oldest book. It is narrowly beating out Hans Christian Andersen's Complete Book of Fairy Tales. All right. Pulp is just a general reference to genre fiction that was written in the 30s and 40s that was published usually in sort of serialized format in magazines and periodicals that were printed on very cheap pulp paper, which is where the name comes from. No, Dickens was not pulp. I mean, Dickens was... Let me put it this way. Dickens would have been pulp if Dickens existed in the pulp era, but he didn't. You know what I mean? It's a classification that carries along with it more than just a style. Yeah, I mean, depending on the context of the conversation, it doesn't, you could say that Dickens was pulp, but it's like, yeah, well, that's certainly true about Exilla. And that's what Patreon is these days. Perfect place for pulp writers. Let me see here. Yet we pressed farther and still farther, and there was no sign of our. Oh, I rewrote this whole section, didn't I? When I guess we were a span away from the large cavern, I stopped. Something about this felt wrong. The shades would gain no benefit from fighting us in the wide space ahead. It would have made far more sense for them to fight us here in the tunnel, funneling us into a small space. As I sat there in the dark, pondering the mystery, Mag crept up, and not far behind her came Lieutenant Tu and Captain Kuhn. "What is it?" said Mag. "The cavern is up ahead," I said, "yet there is no sign of them. I cannot read the tale of it." "Mayhap they are trying to hide," said Tu. His anger at Mag and I was forgotten, or at least put away on a shelf in his mind to be retrieved later in the face of the coming battle. "Mayhap they have holed up deeper in the cave, hoping we will think they have left." "I do not think so," I said slowly. "I would call that foolish, and nothing they have done so far has shown foolishness on their part." "What do you think, then?" said Kuhn. "Maybe they have set an ambush just inside the entrance," said Mag. "They left the tunnel open so that we would think the danger was gone, or at least so that we might grow lax in our caution. They hope we will press into the cavern with speed, and they can strike us from all sides when we are isolated in the middle of an open space." "That could be," said Kuhn. "At least it is the likeliest explanation I can think of. Very well, Sergeant, take your swords forward." I mean, but then you get into, okay, so like what is literature, right? I don't, yeah. I don't, that's not why I don't classify Dickens as pulp. Because there were lots of pulp writers who were writing not genre fiction. I mean, maybe there was some adventure or whatever, but like it was just stories. What's 376k words? That could be, said Kuhn. "At least it is likely as take your squadron forwards. Proceed into the cavern cautiously and keep a shield wall up around you. If they hope to catch us unawares, we must endeavor to disappoint them." "Why not let me go in alone?" said Mag. "I'll provoke as much of a reaction as my whole squadron, and there is no reason to risk more lives unnecessarily." "Do not be a fool," I snapped. "Mag, even you cannot guard all sides of you at the same time." "You know how fast I am," said Mag. "If they start to fire upon me, I will retreat into the—" "Enough," said Kuhn. "Alburn is correct. Take your squadron, Mag. Be careful, and if they fire upon you, retreat." A moment passed with Mag's jaw working furiously. "Yes, Captain." He nodded, and Mag set off, leading her squadron down the tunnel towards the entrance to the cavern. My archers and I followed just behind, all of us with arrows nocked. Debu held the torch in Mag's squadron, and the others surrounded him with their shields turned outward, so that the group of them edged into the cavern like a particularly watchful turtle. I tensed, expecting a hail of arrows to fall among them, but no attack came. Bleak House. The average fanfic you read? What's Bleak House? His publisher, right? But what's 376,000 words? Oh, others surround him with their shields turned outward so that the group of... A long moment passed as Mag kept leading them farther into the empty space, but it was, indeed, empty. Chills began to creep paths down my spine. You know what? I'm actually going to just do a little bit of this. I shook them off and pushed into the cavern to join Mag. "Where in the dark below did they go?" she growled. "An apt choice of words," I said. "Hold on, give me that torch. I need to have a look around." I took it and went to inspect the place where the Shades had built their camp. There was a great deal of detritus around, small pieces of cloth that must once have held food, as well as some bones and other scraps from finished meals. But there were no tents, no bedrolls, nothing else but a few smoldering remnants of the campfires they had managed to build from dung. They left, I said quietly, but where could... Quickly now, I moved to the wall and began circling around the perimeter of the cave. Very soon I found what Kaida had already seen, 3 other tunnels leading out of the main cavern. I paused at the southern one. There I saw the smooth stone floor streaked with many muddy boot prints. The Shades had left this way. I ran back to the center of the cavern. Kun was there now with Mag, and more than 100 of our soldiers had filtered into the cavern behind him. The captain's smile had grown very, very dangerous. Sir, I said sharply. He turned his gaze upon me. The Shades left through another tunnel, this one leading to the south. Either they found an exit that way or they took it and prayed they would find one. Either way... Yes, Sergeant, said Kun. Bleak House is the name of the novel? Oh, Bleak House is the name of the novel. Which novel? Oh. God, why do I not know that? I've literally never heard that title before. That's crazy. Yes, Sergeant, said Kuhn. It seems we have little choice but to chase them even further into the darkness. The archers will take point again. Forward. We advanced into the tunnel, but this time I moved with more speed. I was not as afraid they would turn and try to fight us in the tunnel. If that had been their plan, they would simply have done so at the entrance. No, I suspected that they had indeed found an exit, and were making for it with all speed. If that was the case, it was a hopeful sign. They would still be hampered by their wounded. We could come upon them in the open and cut them down as they fled. We only had to press a little farther, a little faster, a little deeper into the darkness. The passage twisted, it turned, it climbed. Once we had to put our weapons away and haul ourselves hand over hand up a rock wall. The cold of the outside world was long forgotten, and I bemoaned my heavy winter cloak that was slowly growing soaked with sweat. I could see the footsteps plainly in the torchlight. They began to look more hurried, as though the Shades had been pressing forward with caution, but at this point they had sped up, nearly running through the darkness. And then I felt it. A cool breeze wafting towards us, the icy air on the outside world once again kissing my skin, giving relief against the heat. "Captain," I called out down the tunnel behind me, "an exit." And then the breeze came again, carrying other things this time. To my nose the scent of burning, and to my ears the sound of screams. My heart nearly stopped. No, I thought, sky above, no, please. Chapter 31. The moment he realized where we were, Captain Zhu pushed past me. He abandoned his mystics, Mag and I, our squadrons, everyone. He ran out of the cave entrance, scrambled over the boulders that hid it from view, and went sprinting into the destroyed remains of our camp. "Zhen," he cried out, "report! Lieutenant Zhu, nephew, report!" He did not hear the voice he sought. Instead, a mystic knight appeared. Her left hand clutched tight to her right shoulder, which was bleeding heavily. The arrow still stuck out of both sides of the wound, and the woman gritted her teeth through the pain. "Captain," she gasped, "thank the sky you—" "Lieutenant Zhu," snapped Kuhn, "where is he?" The knight went very still. "Captain, he—" Kuhn pushed past her, ignoring her grunt of pain as he jostled her shoulder. He ran to the north end of the camp where Zhen's company of soldiers had been. Nearly the entire force lay dead. Arrows had pierced them, axes had hewn them. The Shades had come out of the hills from the west, and they had found most of Zhen's company still at rest. Didn't mean to rhyme there. Our enemies had cut them down even as they were struggling to emerge. Even as they struggled to emerge from their tents. Some were still alive, moaning and crying out in the snow, but most of those were too badly wounded to survive the night. And there was Zhen. He was near the front line where the fighting had started. He had not slept. He had meant to stand vigil through the night, waiting for his uncle and the rest of us to return. But then he had heard the sounds of fighting to the west, and he had come running. The angry scar on his cheek was now joined by 2 new, much larger wounds. A blade had pierced his throat, and an arrow stood straight up from his chest like a flagpole. His face was a battle grimace, determined, resolute, doomed. Kuhn fell to his knees. His hand shook as he held them out. His nephew, his sister's son, stared past him into the empty black sky. Slowly, Kuhn scooped him up, gripping the boy by the shoulders and pulling him into his lap. There he held him tight, wrapping him in his own cloak, as if hoping to bring some warmth back to the rapidly freezing skin. Mag, Yue, and I had gone running through the camp just like Kuhn, but we ran for the train where we had last seen Dryleaf. Oku raced by our side, whining and sniffing briefly at every corpse we passed. Everything was chaos. The Shades had slaughtered drivers, they had broken wagon wheels, they had spilled every store of food or drink they could find into the snow. The army was gutted. Losing Zhen's company was a devastating blow, but the supply train was made up even more damaging. Kun would have none of the supplies he needed to carry on. The Shades had taken or destroyed nearly everything. Everything but. My heart nearly melted with relief as I saw the blue silk coverings of the wagon from the Guild of Lovers. It was untouched. The guild was protected in times of war, both by edicts of the High King and by laws older than Underrealm itself, stemming from the time before time. After all, what used to kill lovers in war when their own guild's laws kept them from taking sides in a conflict? I had not been certain the Shades would respect such boundaries, but they had, and the lovers favored Dryleaf. Mayup. We ran to the wagon. I seized the flap and threw it open. Dryleaf! Immediately I had to fall back, landing hard on my rear. Knives flashed at me out of the darkness, the light of campfires glinting off their steely edges. I scrambled up, holding my hands high, while Mag and Yue did the same. "Hold," cried Yue, "we mean no harm." Orla and Nikau saw us, and they lowered their knives at once. The other lovers in the wagon took the cue and did the same, though they still watched us warily. Orla, I said, "Dryleaf, did he—" "He is here," she said, scooting aside. Nikau pulled back a blanket, and there was Dryleaf, cradled among the lovers. I gasped, and Yue put a hand to her mouth. Dryleaf had taken a nasty blow to the head. Someone had wrapped bandages around it, but it was bleeding heavily, and the bandages were almost soaked through. The old man's eyes were closed, and his breath came slow and labored. Mag looked upon him, her whole body solid and unmoving as a rock. "We were taken by surprise," said Nikau in his smooth, liquid voice. "The first we knew of the attack was when someone running by was struck by an arrow. They fell upon Dryleaf and knocked him to the ground. He hit his head on a log. As soon as Orla and I realized what was going on, we lifted him and carried him into the wagon, and we've been here ever since. The attackers left us alone." "Thank the sky," I said. "How long has he been asleep?" "Not long," said Orla quietly. She brushed her slim, pale fingers against his cheek. "He stayed awake a long while. We had some dream wine, and we gave him as much as he could stomach to help with the pain of his wound." She fell to silence. "He what?" snapped Mag. She bent her head, trying to master herself. "Forgive me. What were you going to say?" "He kept asking for the three of you," said Nikau. "He was afraid, and he kept asking us what was happening, but we did not know what to tell him." Orla began to weep. Just as she said it, Dryleaf stirred and started to come awake. His hands reached out, grasping. Nikau took one of his hands and Orla clasped the other where it came to rest on her dress, stroking the back of his gnarled old fingers. "Mag," moaned Dryleaf. "Albern, Yue, where are they?" "We're here, Dryleaf," I said. "We came back." Dryleaf burst into tears. "Oh, thank the sky," he said, almost whispering. Where are you? I cannot tell. Your voices, they—" Tears took the rest of his words, and he shook in Nikau's smoothly muscled arms. I looked around at the lovers in the wagon. "May I?" "Of course," said Nikau. He motioned for the rest of them to clear some space, and I clambered into the wagon at once. Yue followed more slowly, but then we were there, and Dryleaf clutched our hands, gripping us as if he wished never to let us go again. There was not enough room for her in the wagon, but Mag stood at the back, reaching in and holding Dryleaf's leg so that he would know she was there as well. "We came as soon as we realized what had happened," I said softly. "I'm so sorry we left." "I was afraid you had fallen," said Dryleaf, holding tightly to my hand. I thought they had killed you all before they came and attacked us. I could not tell where they had come from, not after I fell." "We are fine," said Yue. "They fled from us and circled around to come after you, the cowards." Dryleaf said nothing, but only kept weeping, holding tightly to both of us. Yue looked up at the lovers. "We can take him now," she said. "Thank you. From the bottom of all our hearts," I said. Nothing we could do would ever repay you." "It is nothing," said Nikau. "He is a treasure." "He is that," I said. Yue bent and scooped him up in her arms. Careful as a mother holding her babe, she carried him out of the wagon while Dryleaf clung to her. Mag moved woodenly out of the way. As Yue walked with Dryleaf to his tent, Mag stared at both of them, unmoving. With a final murmur of thanks, I left the lovers and went to her. "Mag, this was not your fault," I said. "Oh?" said Mag. "You told me that in Northwood, and I knew it was true then. I do not think it is true now." "We could not know that Kaite had found a way to—" "Of course we could have known," said Mag. "Or we could have guessed, or prepared for the worst. We thought— No, I will stop hiding behind that coward's lie. I thought she was mine for the taking, like an animal I merely had to put down. I was so focused, so foolish, that I thought she has a cunning and a will to match ours. I was the one who alerted the Shades to the fact that we knew where they were hiding. I led Kuhn's force away from the camp. Dark below, Albert, I was the one who brought Dryleaf on this fool's errand when he himself tried to tell me he had no place in the midst of a war." A shiver passed through me. She had reminded me of something, a fact I had not truly forgotten, but which now pressed itself upon me with an urgent, frantic need. "Mag, we have to go." Yue had set Dryleaf down while she tried to recover what she could of his possessions. Now she looked up at me. "Go? What do you mean, go?" "I mean, leave," I said. "We have to. We have no choice. Kuhn will blame us for this, and he will be right to do so. But mystic justice, I will not submit myself to that. Yue, I am so sorry. Yue shook her head, not in defiance, but slowly, like a bear trying to clear the cobwebs of winter after waking in the spring. But the law, the king's law. Please, Yue, I begged. Nothing you did tonight was evil enough to deserve what Kun will do to you. Please do not submit yourself to it. Let me stay, said Mag. So Mag says to me, she says, let me stay, said Mag. It was me. I pulled both of you along with me. I practically forced you to go. Let me stay. The three of you leave and let me take the punishment. No, Mag, I snarled. If you will use guilt to connive me into coming along on your schemes, then I will use guilt to force you to flee with me when they go awry. We promise until the end of the road. You forced me into those caves on that promise. Now I will force you to flee because of it. If you stay, I stay. We run together or not at all. Mag's jaw set, but she would not consign Yue and I to death along with her, and I knew it. Then get up, she said sharply to Yue, and bring Dryleaf. The longer we wait, the more time we give Kun to recover and begin the hunt for us. Our horses, as well as Dryleaf's, were with the guild's wagon as well. Yue changed Dryleaf's bandage. I was relieved to see the bleeding had slowed, and then helped him to the wagon where he said his goodbyes. All the lovers gave him gentle words and soft touches of farewell, especially Nikau and Orla, of course. Again, we thank you, said Mag. You are eternally in the favor of the Uncut Lady, and if you ever require my help in any matter, it is yours. And here's something for any more immediate need you might have. From her saddlebag she pulled a fat purse, practically bursting with gold, and handed it over. I knew it was nearly everything she had left, but I held my tongue. This was a lighter penance than she wished to pay, I knew. Nikau took it from her solemnly. I feel you overestimate our deed, but thank you. He nodded to her and then to me. I hope we have the good fortune to meet you again. Orla embraced us one by one, unable to summon words of her own. Our goodbyes said, we headed towards the south end of the camp, walking and leading our horses by the reins. Only Dryleaf was mounted, hunched over his saddle horn, his shoulders drooping and his head bowed. I feared I might find you here, but I hoped I would not. My head snapped up. Mag, Yue, and I ground to a halt. Two stood there. Beside him were Dibu and Li and Chalsaku. The three of them wore only expressions of shock. Three of them looked shocked, as though they could not believe their own eyes, but Two's face was one of snarling wrath, his eyes looking ready to kindle into a blaze. Lieutenant Shi, said Mag. Her voice was almost too steady, as if she was trying to summon the monotone of her battle trance, but could not quite manage it. Turn yourselves around, said Two. Make for the north end of camp where the captain's tent stands. When he has finished mourning his nephew, I know he will want to pass judgment on the three of you. I closed my eyes. Sojan had died. Dark take everything, I thought. He deserved better. But Mag kept her gaze fixed on Two. You know we cannot do that, sir. You told me, said Two, spitting the words. You told me when you joined us that I would not regret your presence. And now you are deserting? His rage cut me to my heart, but that was not the worst of it. Far worse than Two's anger were the expressions of Chalsaku, of Li, of Dibu. They were like children walking They were like children watching their uncaring parents walk out the door, intending never to return. But with no real ability to understand what that meant. I searched for something to say, any words I could summon that would make them see, make them understand why we had to go. I could find none. Please, sir, said Mag, believe me when I say that I will regret my time here more than you can know, and not for my own sake, but I will not let you stop us from leaving. Now Two did spit. Then do it. Make your move and strike me down, you dark-damned traitor. Mag stepped forwards. Two unsheathed his blade. Dibu and Li drew their weapons a moment later, half-hearted, clearly torn. As Two advanced, Mag flipped her spear around and jammed the point into the ground. When Two swung the flat of his blade at her, she ducked beneath it, darted up, and struck him under the chin, but with her fist. A crack broke the air. Two fell to the ground, senseless. Everything was silent. Mag stared down at his fallen form. Dibu, Li, and Chalsaku all watched her for a long, silent moment. Finally, she looked up at them. Just step aside, she pleaded. One by one, they looked at each other. It was Dibu who spoke first, stepping forwards to stand over Two. No, he said simply. We cannot stop you from leaving, but I do not think we will give you the easy way out. One by one, she knocked them out cold. They fell to land in the dirt and snow, some of it still red with the blood of the slain. I stepped forwards. I knelt and lifted each of them up, sliding their cloaks beneath them so they would not wake up lying soaked and freezing in the snow. Then we mounted our horse and rode away from the camp as fast as we could. I gotta use the restroom. Oh my god. Chapter 32. You can imagine what was going through... Turn the mic on, right? Yes. You can imagine what was going through my mind as we fled into the night, cold, miserable, and alone. After all, I told you how I was exiled from Takana when I was close to your age. But it may interest you to know that this was not Mag's first time either. She, too, had had to run from her friends after a fight she would rather have avoided. It is how she left Shuinyu, the town where she used to live before we met. Several years had passed since her first scuffle with Ciaran. In that time, Mag had kept her head down and her fists from flying, happy to be a brewmaster under Duana. In truth, the fight with Ciaran meant little to her. It had been a petty dispute, and to her mind it had been settled. But Ciaran never forgot their fight, nor did he ever forgive Mag for it. He was one of those petty, small-minded folk who hold tight to grudges, letting them fester and rot. He did not care if he had to wait years to get back at her, if it meant he could be certain of victory in the end. As part of his revenge, and of course for other reasons, he sought to become mayor. As part of his revenge, and of course because people like him always desire power, he sought to become mayor, and because he was good at manipulating those around him, he achieved it before too very long. It would be overstating things to say that anyone in Shuinyu really wanted to give him the position, but many folk, if they are somewhat simple or easily frightened, can lend their support to an utter scoundrel because he promises to solve whatever problems they think they have. Never mind that he always makes things worse instead. All that matters to him is that he gets there, and once planted, such villains can be very difficult to root out. At first, his appointment seemed to have little effect on the town or on Mag. Business was good for Duana in both the brewery and the tavern, and it did not change much from year to year. But Duana had begun to get old. No longer could her aging body keep up with the pace of the work. She entertained the idea of letting Mag run the tavern and even broached the subject once or twice, but Mag had little interest. She loved brewing more, as did Duana, and they both wanted to spend their time at their craft. So when someone in the town offered to buy the tavern for a good price, Duana gratefully accepted. It seemed the perfect arrangement. She and Mag could brew in peace, and the security of their livelihood seemed assured. There was no one else in Shuinyu foolish enough to try competing with Duana's skill, and taverns always need ale. They had a customer, and their trade would give them more than enough to live on. But almost as soon as the tavern had changed hands, the new owner stopped purchasing Duana's ale. Instead, they began to ship it in from other, more distant towns, and some of the closest cities, though those were even farther away. At first, Duana and Mag could not understand it. It cost far more to transport the ale such a long way, and yet the tavern's new master did not charge any more for his drink than he had done in the past. It did not seem possible to continue the practice, for not even the cost of rooms and board would make up the difference. And when they tried to find out why the tavern master had stopped buying Duana's ale, they were met with sullen silence if he would see them at all. Nor could they sell their ale to the townsfolk. Most people cannot afford to purchase kegs at a time, nor do they have the means to store them. Even as they struggled to cope with their new circumstance, the truth came out. The tavern's new master was in Ciaran's pocket. Ciaran had arranged the purchase, paying the greater part of the price. That gave him power over the tavern, and so he ordered it to stop purchasing Duana's ale. He also paid a subsidy to the tavern's owner, which kept the prices the same even as he had to pay extra to bring in barrels of drink from elsewhere. And so Duana and Mag fell upon great hardship. Duana had to scrape by without enough coin even to keep making her ale, and so she had no coin and no opportunity to practice the craft that she so treasured. And so Duana and Mag fell upon great hardship. Duana had to scrape by without enough coin even to keep making her ale, and so she had no opportunity to practice the craft that she so treasured, and for which she had given up the tavern in the first place. Mag was furious when she heard the news, and she immediately went to confront Ciaran without telling Duana. She accused him of undermining Duana for petty revenge. Ciaran gave her an ugly grin. "This is simply good business," he insisted. "After all, the town elected me in part for my skill at earning coin." Oh, side cramp. Ugh. Ugh. I'm going to sit down for a minute. Ugh. Random side cramp, random side cramp. "Certainly I have acquired more of it than you and your master, and so the people trust me more in these matters than you. Can you not see that trade with the outside world is the only way to prosperity? If some in Xuinyu, such as yourselves, must fall by the wayside, well, that is a price that must be paid for the good of many. You give them piss and insist they be grateful," said Mag, "and if anyone gave your ledger half a glance, they would see that you are not even earning more coin for the town." Her hands clenched to fists, which made Ciaran somewhat nervous, but his grin widened and he spread his hands. Any cunning merchant knows that sometimes you must lose coin today to gain more tomorrow. Oh, cramps. Ugh. Oh. "And it is my duty to look after Xuinyu's best interests, even if it lightens my own purse somewhat." Mag barely kept herself from striking him. "And how does this serve the town's best interests?" His eyes flashed and his mouth twisted in an ugly sneer. "It seems unwise," he said slowly, "to continue purchasing anything from someone like Duana, who would employ a girl as violent as you." They do, although, like, Megan and lots of other people get cramps that are far worse than mine. I'm not trying to overly complain. Roughly half the people on the planet. People who menstruate, to bring it into the context of recent online conversations. Lol sob. His eyes flashed and his mouth twisted in an ugly sneer. "It seems unwise," he said slowly, "to continue purchasing anything from someone like Duana, who would employ a girl as violent as you." Now, there are countless ways that Mag could have, and mayhap should have, responded. She could have withdrawn, and together with Duana made some other arrangement. She might have seen that Ciaran was trying to goad her if she were thinking clearly. Yeah, that's true, Seth. But Mag was not thinking clearly at all, not in that moment. In fact, as she described it to me, the world had turned a peculiar shade of red. "Violent?" she snarled. "I will show you violence." And she did. She trounced Ciaran right there in his home. She slammed his head on his desk, scattering parchments and missives. And she did. Her eyes went blank, her expression dead. It was the battle trance, and Ciaran recognized it, and his whole body quaked in fear. She trounced Ciaran right there in his home. She slammed his head on his desk, scattering parchments and missives he was in the middle of. And then she threw him into a bookshelf that fell over onto him. She dragged him out from under the mess, and then she drove her knee into his gut and struck him across the face, splitting his lip. Then she let him fall helpless at her feet. Ciaran was stunned for a moment, but as he regained his senses, he gave her a savage grin from the ground, blood staining his teeth. "How dismayed I am to learn I was right about you," he said. "Assaulting the mayor is a heavy crime. I could have our constable send you away to be jailed in a city. But I think I shall be merciful. I shall merely levy a fine upon you, and your master. It will be substantial, of course, commensurate with your wrongdoing. How I hope you and Duana have the coin to pay for it." Mag's eyes went wide and her hands went slack. What could she do now? She could hardly kill Ciaran. Though it might be satisfying, it would only bring worse trouble down on her head and probably Duana's. And really, Ciaran's actions might be base and treacherous, but it was hardly worthy of murder. Kieran? I've been saying Ciaran. Haven't I? Or is it Ciaran? I forget what I said the first time, but I'll decide on it before I record the audiobook. And really, Ciaran's actions might be base and treacherous, but they were hardly worthy of murder. He was not truly evil like Kaita, but only an upjumped snake who enjoyed power and dominance over others. And in this moment, he had won. Ciaran watched all these thoughts play across her expression, and his own face grew crafty. "Of course, such a fine could be hard to lay upon you," he said, "if you were to flee from Shuinyu forever, for example. I wager you could get away with it, for it might take me time to summon a constable. And it would hardly serve the town to find Duana if you were no longer here to share in the punishment. The tavern master might even see fit to purchase from her again, if you were no longer in her employ." The message could not have been more clear if he had written it into a contract. Mag was to leave and never return. You got me all confused, Seth. All Ciaran wanted was for her to be gone. He had no grudge against Duana, really. If Mag left forever, then Shuinia would return to business as usual. At least it would for however long such a peace would last, for it never does with men like him. They are always hungry for another victim, even if they do not realize it. She had little choice, and so she took a step back from Ciaran, who was still on the floor, propped up on his elbows. He knew he had won, and slowly he levered himself to his feet. He wiped his bloody mouth on the back of his sleeve. "You will never see me again," said Mag, her voice shaking. "At least not here. I do hope, in fact, that we meet each other somewhere far away from Shuinyu. It will be my pleasure to teach you another lesson then, though you will be too stupid to learn it." Ciaran spat. "Get out, before I rescind my mercy." Mag left, never giving a backward glance to Ciaran or his house. She took her time wending through the streets of the town, for she knew this would be the last time she would see them. In too short a time, she found herself back in Duana's brewery. Duana was in the midst of a mug of her own brew, drawn from the last batch she had made before the purchase of the tavern. She looked up, and she must have seen the dismay on Mag's face. Quickly she tried to stand from her stool, but she slowed halfway up, wincing at a pain in her leg. "Mag," she said, "what is wrong?" I have to go," said Mag. Duana's face fell, even as her eyes filled with understanding. "You went to see Ciaran, you dark damned—" "Too late for chastisement," said Mag. She swiped out a sudden mist in her eyes, though she tried to make it look like she was only wiping sweat from her brow. "Too late to warn me not to do it, either. I've been banished. If I try to stay, Ciaran will levy a fine against us that we cannot hope to pay." Duana slammed her mug on the table, sloshing some of the ale over the side. "Doc, take it, Mag. You should have known better." "I know," said Mag. She said it quietly, but still it cut Duana off. And as she looked upon her master, Mag could no longer hold back the tears, and they poured steadily down her cheeks. But she managed to hold her voice steady. "I'm sorry. I do not know, but we could have thought of something." That was as much as she could safely say without breaking down, and so she stopped. And seeing her distress, Duana sighed. She went behind the table and poured another mug of ale, which she placed in Mag's hand. Mag drained it before Duana could sit back down, but she went to fill it on her own. And Duana settled into her chair. "Well, never mind any of that," said Duana. "As you said, it is too late to chastise you or to urge another course. What is done is done. And And in the end, this is likely for the best. Mag's head whipped towards her, a hurt look on her face. You want me to go? I do not want it, said Duana, but what we want and what is best are not always the same thing. You know you are unusual, Mag. Everyone in town knows it. It is why Ciaran has always hated you, for he is petty and trivial and so utterly unremarkable, and he sees the chasm of difference between the two of you. You are more skilled than I am, said Mag. You cannot say I am remarkable when you can do this. She hefted her mug, which was already half gone. That is not what I mean, said Duana. She turned her gaze east, and suddenly it was like she was looking into the distance, through the walls of the brewery and into a far land beyond. Ever since... Thanks, Seth. Have a good shower. That is not what I meant, and you know it, said Duana. She turned her gaze east, and suddenly it was like she was looking into the distance, through the walls of the brewery and into a far land beyond. You and I both know you are not like most people. I saw it when first I found you in those woods, and I learned more to confirm it when you came to live with me. I saw it again when you trounced Ciaran the first time. Selfishness made me keep you here as long as I have, but I think you are meant for other things, Mag. Things far beyond the meaningless bounds of this unimportant town. Again, Mag's throat had grown thick, and words were hard to come by. It is important enough to me. I know it, said Duana softly. She swiped at her eyes as Mag had done before, and stood. But we have both already said how looking back is worthless. Come, I will give you what I can spare. I only wish I still had the tavern so that I could give you a horse. They gathered Mag's things, such as they were, and soon she was ready. They shared one last mug. So far as Mag knew, she would never have another cup of Duana's ale again, and then they said their farewells. Mag never told me exactly what they said to each other then, but some things it is better not to know. And when it was done, Mag set off into the wilderness of the Dorshan forest, alone and penniless. And when it was done, Mag set off into the wilderness of the Dorshan forest, alone and penniless. She could not know it was the start of a road that would lead her to me and to Sten, but it would also lead us to that night in the green frost, when all hope seemed lost. Chapter 33. I hate this story, declared Son. Albert notched an eyebrow at her. Do you now? I do, said Son. Most every story I ever heard of Mag was a happy tale, an adventure from which she emerged victorious. Yet now you were only telling me of what seemed to be her very worst sorrows, and you are pounding them into me again and again, as if you want to be absolutely sure I understand how abjectly miserable she was. Well, said Albert, what did you expect when you asked to hear how she died? Son's eyes went wide. Wait, are you telling me that story now? When I asked you to tell me, you did not say you were going to do it. Albert snorted. I did not say I was not. I did not say I would not, either. Sun snatched handfuls of her hair, for she had a sudden urge to rip it all out. But Alburn, this is all wrong. This is not anything like how I heard Mag had died. I thought it had to do with... She trailed off, swallowing through a suddenly dry throat. With that other matter. Maddeningly, Alburn only shrugged amiably. And not for the first time, I must ask you, son, who do you believe? Scalds from your home, or the man who was there? Sun folded her arms in a huff, and yet you will not even say it plainly. Tell me the truth. Is this the story of how Mag died? Alburn stopped beside her in the street. He turned and looked her straight in the eye. Sun felt transfixed by him, by the sorrow she saw in his dark expression. Yes, he said, this is how she died. They stood there for a long, silent moment in the middle of the street. Passers-by moved around them with muttered complaints. But they were ignored. The lowering sun cast heavy lines of black shadow across Alburn's eyes and cheeks as his unmoving face peered down at her. Sun felt dumbstruck. But, so this is the end of the tale? Were you not eager to hear it? Said Alburn. You wanted to get here. Why do you object now? Because I do not know why, said Sun. Well, what kind of storyteller tells his audience how the tale will end? Son, said Alburn slowly, you know Mag dies. You've always known that. One of the first things you ever asked me was how she died. Does that ruin the whole tale for you? How could it? Any tale would end with the hero's death eventually, if tale spinners did not cut themselves off. How many stories have you asked your family's skalds to tell you again and again? Why did you want to hear those stories again if you already knew what would happen? Why did you want to hear those stories after the first time if you already knew what would happen? That is different, said Sun, but she said it quietly, and she was not sure she believed it. I felt that those stories had a point. Whether they ended well or poorly, there was a reason for it all. But I can see no reason in Mag's suffering in the green frost. No greater purpose served at all. Well, neither did we at the time, said Alburn, but you have struck on something there. It is the storyteller's job to make his listener feel as though their time has not been wasted. I am sorry you feel otherwise now, but stay with me a little longer, and when I am done, then you can tell me if you are still disappointed. Sun sighed. That prospect holds little hope for me either. This tale is why we started walking together. If you finish the story, does that mean we are done? Alburn's expression, which had been stern and craggy, softened at once. He clucked his tongue for his horse, and together they started walking down the street again. No, he said. No, of course not. I will not abandon you, son, not if you do not wish me to, and mayhap not even if you do, depending on the circumstance. And if it is any consolation, after this tale is done, I may have others, and you may wish to hear them. But because you have asked me so many times for the end of the story, I wanted you to find out, the way Mag needed to find out, that the end is not something we should rush. We should let it come in its own time. If we rush it, we may regret it. A hand clapped down on Sun's shoulder from behind. Mistress, came a rumbling voice. He fell silent then, and they walked quietly together for a short while. But even as Sun was pondering his words, a hand clapped down on her shoulder from behind. Mistress, came a rumbling voice, the Lord and Lady Valgoon command you to return command you to return at once. The Lord and Lady Valgoon command you to attend them at once. Sun felt as though the whole world fell in on her in an instant, as if all the buildings along the street had collapsed upon them. She looked up into the face of Niall, one of her mother's personal bodyguards. He stood a good 3 hands taller than she was, and his dark eyes squinted heavily down at her from his nut-brown face. Dimly her mind took in other details. There was Ursa, Niall's right hand, and Frida, diminutive and quiet, but lightning fast in a fight. The women stood on the other side of Alburn, one of them with a hand on his horse's reins. Alburn himself stood stock still, taking in their surroundings. But Sun had a feeling he was catching more details than she was, for her mind was racing in circles until she felt ready to faint. Hey, buddy.
Dad.
Mistress, said Niall again. Ursa had fixed a steely glare on Sun, while Frida's look was almost pleading. Can I get a hug? She was one of the kinder warriors in her parents' employ, but son... The woman was one of the kinder warriors in her parents' employ, but Sun knew she would not hesitate to bring Sun back home by force, if that was what was required. "I'm fairly certain she does not wish to come with you," said Albern. "You're not involved in this, old man," snapped Niall. "I'm feeling rather involved," said Albern, and then he drove one heavy boot straight into Niall's groin. Niall collapsed as though struck with a sledgehammer. Even as Frida reached for her weapon, Albern brought his left hand into a vicious chop at her throat. She fell back, gasping and hacking, while Albern slammed the top of his head straight into Ursa's nose. Sun heard a crunch, and then she was following Albern as he fled down the nearest alley, both of them dragging their horses along. "Sky above," murmured Sun. "Sky above, what have we done?" "To be fair, you have done nothing," said Albern. He was breathing heavily. His burst of motion seemed to have taken a toll. "They are used to getting their way, those three. None of them expected resistance, but they will not be stunned long. Well, not the women, anyway." His left hand fumbled in a pouch at his belt. Risking a glance back, Sun could see he was right. Ursa and Niall had nearly... Ursa and Frida. Had nearly struggled back to standing. Niall, on the other hand, still lay whimpering on the cobblestones, clutching between his legs. But then Sun and Albern darted around a corner and the guards were out of view. "We're going to leave the horses," says Albern. Said Albern. "When I tell you to, slap Vicka hard on the rear to send her running. They should lure your family's guards away. I will send word to a friend to have them rounded up." "But what are we... Now, Son!" She did it. As she slapped Vicka's flanks, the horse whinnied loudly and ran into a nearby street. Cries erupted from the crowd there, but Albern had stopped at a door leading into a building. His left hand came out of the pouch at his belt, fingers gripping a steel key. In a flash, he had unlocked the door and thrown it open, then pulled Sun in after him and shut the door again. They both waited in the darkness for a tense moment of silence. Then they heard the heavy pounding of boots running up to the door. Sun's blood froze. The boots reached the door, but then they continued on towards the street where the horse had fled. Soon the alley had faded to silence. "Dark below," wheezed Albern. "Don't." "Love you." That was a good run. A good thing they were already close to this place when they found us. Oh, do you want to read along?
No.
Okay. "A good thing indeed," said Sun. Now that the danger had passed, her body seemed to be responding properly to her impulses again, but all she wanted to do was collapse. Instead, she looked around at the space they were in. It was a small room with shelves running along the walls near the ceiling. Only a little bit of light leaked into the room under the door they had just entered through. Another door to their right led deeper into the building. "But what is this place?" "The back room of a tavern that has been unoccupied for some time," said Albern. "Come, let me show you the common room." Sun frowned in confusion, but she followed him nevertheless. The door to the right opened into a space behind the tavern's bar. It was a large, impressive construction, all of black walnut.
Walnut?
Mm-hmm. The bar was a large, impressive construction, all of black walnut with a fine grind and polish. But rough-hewn edges that looked to be unchanged from the tree's first growth. High rafters converged on the center of the room above them, and a large chandelier hung from where the beams met, currently empty but ready to hold dozens of candles. High windows let shafts of sunlight pierce the room and kept it well ventilated. It looked like a grand place for parties, but it looked to Sun like Albern had told the truth. No one had been here in months, mayhap years. "How did you know this place was here?" said Sun, "and how did you have the key?" "Well, you will already have gathered that I have many friends in Bertram," said Albern. "This place belongs to one of them. They are planning to reopen it soon, and one of my errands in the city is to help them do so. Why, look at that. There is even a cask of ale here. Would you like a drink?" "Sky above, yes," said Sun. She went to the bar, dusted off one of the stools, and sat, while Albern moved around to the back and went to the cask. It was merely a quarter cask, but that was more than enough to enjoy themselves, depending on how long they stayed here. Albern tapped it and fetched 2 mugs from beneath the counter. They were free of dust, which told Sun they had been brought recently. Soon the drinks were ready, and Albern handed Sun's to her. "I hope that encounter proved to you one thing," he said. "Your worst fear has come true?" "Your worst fear has come true, but you have survived it. Your family has found you, and yet you remain free. Let us drink to that." Sun could not help a small smile. "Very well, to freedom." They touched mugs and drank. Sun took one swallow and lowered the mug, pulling a face. It was not the worst swill she had ever had, but it was certainly the worst she had tasted since meeting Albern. The old man had a penchant for finding the best cup of beer in any town he found himself in, but this seemed to be an exception. "Dark below," spat Sun. "With ale like this, it is no wonder this place closed down." Albert barked a laugh. This cask is not a leftover from when this place was last open. It is a gift from another to celebrate my friend's successful purchase in the forthcoming grand opening. But your point is taken. The best thing I can say about this ale is that it can at least get us drunk. And that is good, because the story is about to take a dark turn. Sun stared at him. About to take a dark turn? She had meant it as a joke, but Albert's expression grew mournful. Darker, I suppose. When Mag had led Yue, Dryleaf, and I out of the hills, we had gone due south to lose ourselves in the green frost. I took up the rear of our sad little procession, doing my best to hide our tracks from pursuit. But privately, I doubted anyone would come after us. Kuhn would be enraged at the death of his nephew and dismayed at the gutting of his army. But he was a captain first and foremost. His highest priority now was getting the rest of his troops to safety before they starved to death. He might send a squadron after us at most, but I doubted we would earn even that mean of an honor. Night was already half gone when we left, and I pushed us to walk through the rest of the night until dawn had begun to lighten the sky to the east. Then at last I stopped and had us set up camp, building a little fire. With daylight coming, we would not need to fear anyone spotting the glow through the trees. My throat. We were now mayhap a league south of the road where we had first ambushed the shades. The green frost glimmered in the swelling daylight around us, but where I had once thought the trees looked like eminent sculptures all in emerald, now they were like stern tombstones in jade, bending over us and fixing us with silent stone eyes of judgment. I tried not to look at them. We cleared snow from a spot on the ground near the fire, and there we set Dryleaf to rest. We gave him every cushion we could summon, our softest saddlebags, and every extra cloak or blanket we had. He now looked like a prince lounging in a large bed of cushioned pillows, but his body and clothes were still grimy with travel, and fresh blood stained the bandages wrapped around his head. Mag sat close beside him, never taking her eyes from him. Yue was off to the side, staring unblinking into the fire. I could imagine the torment in Mag's mind, but I could not begin to imagine what Yue must be thinking. Imagine all the torment. Poisoning her mind. Ooh. You may say that we are fucked, but we're not the only ones. Dryleaf stirred. His hand sought Mag, and when he found her, he squeezed her arm gently. I'm afraid I was right, he said, almost whispering. I'm rather slowing you down at this point. Never, said Mag. If anyone harms our little troop just by being here, it is me. Enough, Mag, I snapped. In a contest of guilt, no one ever wins. We all just need to sleep. All of us have been on our feet for nearly 2 days straight. Let us rest, then we can figure out what to do. I thought she would argue with me. I expected her to, but she only looked even more defeated, and that frightened me more. Very well, she said softly. I will take the first watch. Let me do it, I said. I will take the time to inspect our surroundings and get the lay of the land, as well as make sure we have left no trail leading to us. Please, Albert, she said, still not looking at me. I would not sleep anyway. In this moment, I feel as though I will never be able to sleep again. Just let me have a few hours alone to try to master my thoughts. I blew a long breath out through my nose. It turned to mist at once, flying up around my head like a dragon's breath. Fine, but if you fail to wake me for my turn, I will not let you stand another watch for a week. Do you hear me? Mag nodded. I hear you. Promise me, Mag. She looked up at me. The firelight danced across her face, but I could see no reflection of it in her eyes. Do you not believe me, Albert? I tilted my head. Of course I do, Mag. But I know something of how you're feeling right now. I will not allow you to give up. Hey, thanks for the bits, Mooney. Should show up in a second. Ba-bang, 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 ba-bang. Appreciate it. I know something of how you're feeling right now. I will not allow you to give up, nor will I allow you to try and find more ways to punish yourself. Now, I'm weary and I want to sleep. Promise me so that I can lay my head down without fear. I promise, said Mag, small, defeated. Lying, as it turned out. Another misty breath wreathed around my temples. All right, good night. I pulled my bedroll off my pack, but before I laid it out, I went to Yue and put a hand on her shoulder. Yue. She shoved my hand away. Leave me alone. I shook my head. Yue, don't take you, Albin. You were wise enough to leave me be when I lost soldiers in battle. Be wise enough to get away from me now. I'm not going to do anything stupid if that is what you're afraid of. I just want to be alone. I ground my teeth and turned my face away from her to look at Dryleaf. He no longer held Mag's arm, but had his hands tucked under his armpits for warmth beneath the blankets. Silent tears left slow tracks down his cheeks. Of course, I said softly. I went to the other end of our little campsite and laid out my bedroll. Soon I was tucked inside it, huddling for warmth, my back to the fire and to my friends. Eventually I heard Yue do the same, laying out a space to sleep and soon filling the clearing with little snores. I fell asleep not long after that. I woke up close to sundown, and Mag was gone. I don't know, Seth. I'm not familiar with what a shower chair is, though, to be honest. Oh, interesting. I want a shower bench one day. I want a big shower, 2 heads on either side, and a bench. That's what I want. That's my shower.
Can I use the stapler? I made my own comic.
You did? Choo choo wawa?
What?
What's it say?
Choo choo wawa?
That's what I said. Choo choo wawa? Right?
Yeah.
It's amazing. Alright, I'll staple it for you.
We're gonna make copies of it one day. And then sell it.
Yeah? Is that the plan?
Well, one day. Well, we're gonna make copies of it soon.
Hold on.
That looks really sharp.
It is. What's in here? What are these?
I don't know.
These are staples.
Staples?
Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you. Definitely don't want to step on these. What are you doing? Part 1. Meanwhile, at dog school, a dog was trying hard to hide his...
Police.
His what?
Police.
Police. And then... Dog me cha. Ha ha ha. TNT! 2 heroes were sent to the rescue. But... Ah! Kaboom! They were to the hospital right away. I'm so sorry, cop, but your body is dying and your head is dying too, dog. I know.
Let's see.
Let's sew the dog's head on the cop. On the cop's body. I got it. And it was successful.
That's the end of part 1. Why are you laughing at that?
This is such a funny comic. I love it.
Did you write a comic?
Yeah.
You should really read it.
Can I?
Yeah.
He didn't bring it to me to read.
It's true. He brought it to me to staple, not to read.
Doodlebug? Mr. Backwards Clothes?
What?
You need to do your lesson. You're supposed to read with your teacher or something like that today. Can you go check that out? It's Thursday.
At 10.
Hey, Meg.
Are you
Want to say
on
hi?
stream?
I am on stream.
Oh.
You got a hello from a Seth. No, from Buddy Gazilla.
Oh, hey, Bode.
We miss you too, buddy.
I was going to say miss you, but
He beat you to it.
no, you did, because he was saying he missed us, not he missed himself. Love you.
Love your.
Cash and you're gonna do the bus stop, right?
Going to the bus stop.
At-
Boop.
You want me to remind you when it's time?
Bus stop, yeah. Come on now, just sing it with
Okay.
me. Bus
I'm
stop.
gonna just take that as a
Boop,
yes.
boop, boop, boop. Bus stop, yeah. Oh, 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 oh. Publish. Boop, 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 boop. Publishing the episode, yeah. New layout? What new layout? Episode 6 cover. Bada boom, bada bam, ba bam. And now we schedule the Patreon post. We did it, y'all. Not gonna lie, there was a small part of me that was getting a little bit nervous as we got closer to Friday that I didn't already have a done episode. But we did it. What do you want? Hey, buddy.
I love you.
I love you so much.
That's what I want. I want you to say I love you.
I love you. You gonna help me publish a new book? Can you stop? I need to see what I'm doing.
I can't hear you on there.
No, I don't have the sound come out of my computer because then it would just repeat itself forever.
Oh.
This is the youngest. Say hi, Des.
Hi, Des. No, I'm saying hi to the Des up there.
Well done. You did great.
Hi, Dad.
Hi, Des.
I was talking to that guy and you.
Perfect. Scheduled for tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We did it, Desmond. Episode 6 is going out to people tomorrow.
People?
People.
It sounded like people.
Definitely not going out to any papal authorities.
What does people even mean?
Having to do with the Pope. Don't even worry about it. It's not something I want to explain right now.
Why are you laughing?
See how it takes a second to move? That's because there's like a 15-second delay. Watch. I'm going to clap my hands and then we're going to count together, okay? You ready? Not you, me. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. 4 seconds! That's not very long at all. 4-second delay. Wow. What? What do you want? All right, out of here.
I want to stay with that.
I gotta work, buddy. And then I gotta go get...
help you work.
Oh yeah? What are you gonna do?
What?
What are you gonna do? Because I will tell you this, sitting on my lap is not really helping me.
What to help with? I'll be here if you need help.
You could do your schoolwork in here, and that way if I need you to do anything, I can just call you immediately. So go grab your computer and start doing your schoolwork in here, okay? Tickling me is not helping me. I love you, though. Oh, Lordy Lord. He does love his dad, and his dad loves him. Episode 7. Whoa, 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 whoa. Nope, not what I wanted. There we are. You seeing double? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Outlining the next episode, Bode. I have a lot of. So when I did episode 6, I did outline and I outlined and I outlined, and then I was getting into these scenes here, and I was like, this is probably too much. And when I write episode 6, I'm probably going to cut it off at this point. But I kept going on the outline because I was kind of on a roll, and I turned out to be correct. When I hit that point in episode 6, I was like, that's it. It's done. Nice comic. Choo Chihuahua. Just don't put it in my face. Come on.
I hold this up.
Where's your schoolwork?
Ah.
Oh, thanks, Seth. Interesting. Episode 6 felt like it took a really long time, but it wasn't even as long as episode 3. It was barely any longer than episode 2. Any hoobastank. really think this all has to be one chapter. Actually, you know what? This whole thing is stupid. I've never done this before. I'm just going to stick to what I normally do.
Probably if we need need help or something.
Okay, thanks, buddy. Have I ever told you you're my favorite Desmond?
What?
Have I ever told you you're my favorite Desmond?
What?
Have I ever told you you are my favorite Desmond?
Yes.
Good. All right, I gotta go do the bus and get everybody lunch.
Yeah. On that schedule, it says free lunch, which means the school lunch
That's right.
at 5.
All right, everybody. I will be back in about 30 to 45 minutes. We're right in the middle of it now.
No, I mean...
I thought last episode was going to hurt people. This episode is going to hurt people, but like only for 2 chapters.
Hi, Luke. How you doing?
Hey Des. There's a Roblox game called I Don't Feel So Aloof.
Luke, he's doing his schoolwork, buddy. All right, stream. Catch you in a bit.
Hey, we're back. We're back. What's up, Seth? I'm ready to have some alone time again. Oh shit, where did I put my coffee? I mean, that kind of sucks, Seth, but also, you know, like, well done. I I'm definitely a man who needs my alone time sometimes. And I've been very starved for it recently. Oh, screen. That timing, though. Big oof.
cookies and there was no mail.
None at all.
Not even a key to open the package box.
Well, all right.
I need to do it again at 3. Maybe it'll come back then.
Maybe. Thank you, sweetheart.
Okay. Are you streaming?
I am.
Hi, stream.
Pretty cute there. All right, go get your schoolwork done. Something's coming in the mail today. In the mail today. In the mail today. Something's coming in the mail today. In the mail today. In the mail. Do somethings, actually.
No, Erica. I actually just updated Scrivener today. I thought I was up to date. I wasn't. And so I updated it and it went to dark mode instantly. And I was just like, oh, thank fucking God. I tried to do my own dark mode and it wouldn't, it was so painful. A little bit, Seth. I might cut it down, but I might not. Thing is, the dog knows what's going on.
Suppose you can tell me when you have time for this. My eyes are closed and I'm looking the other way.
Oh my God, come on. Are we for real right now? All right, Seth.
Did you do it?
No. You don't have to stare into the corner, sweetheart. I'm not going to do anything that you aren't allowed to see.
I know, but I really look funny when I put my reflection in your guitar
Oh, okay.
because my head is super big and my nose is in the middle, and if you look far down, my mouth looks like it's by itself. I just felt like you didn't want me to know the Apple ID.
I mean, I don't.
I guess there's the dots.
Did you name your phone Donnie Robinson?
No.
Did Mom?
Yeah, well, she was doing something with it at some point when she was getting my phone ready.
Do you know that she spelled Robinson wrong?
Really? How did she spell it?
Robonson. What's your passcode?
159357.
That's right.
The X. Merge or don't merge?
This episode goes out to the
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Ophany. Can't wait for the...
Oh, shoot.
What?
This episode goes out to Jeff in Montana.
Anyway, there you go. You should be set up. Oh, you want Messenger Kids, right?
Yeah. Now I can finally have Messenger Kids.
What are you doing?
Messing with the stream camera.
Please don't do that, sweetie. I'm trying to help you, and it's very intensely distracting.
I'm sorry. Ralph, this feels so hot.
Yes, you don't have to sit in here with me. Don, Mommy didn't name this wrong. That was my mistake. I saw something else.
How do I protect?
What the heck? Okay, it's not working. I don't know why, and I can't spend more time on this. It's not your fault. It's really frustrating and annoying, and it's something that we should have taken care of in the store when we bought it. Like, I have no idea how to do this. And I can't figure it out. So, we'll have to spend more time on it later, but not right now. That was a disappointed preteen.
copy machine?
No, I do not.
Oh, so I need to write more copies of this if we don't have a copy machine.
Or you can
Part?
part 2, Choo Choo Wawa. Go take this. Hold on to it. I'm going to go to the copies. I'm going to go to Staples tomorrow, and you can print it there. Have you finished your schoolwork?
No.
Okay. Take this with you and your computer. Go finish your schoolwork, all of it.
Why can't I hang out here and help you if you...
You can do that, but you have to work on your schoolwork, and you've been working on comics, which is cool, but after school.
Done completely.
Totally done with your work?
Yeah.
With your schoolwork?
Yeah.
Okay. Well done. Now you can go work on your comics if you want to.
I'll put this somewhere in here. Oh, I'll put it in your room.
Not in my room, in your room.
At break time, can we go to Staples?
No, I said tomorrow.
Why?
Because that's when I'm going to Staples.
Oh.
Out of here, buddy. Come on. the hand for the Heidi. I feel the food. Sit next to me, pour yourself some tea, and a tight bottle. This doesn't mean anything.
Daddy?
What?
Someone made a bunch of poop in the toilet and they put all the toilet paper on the ground and they didn't even flush.
Who do you think that was?
Des?
Okay.
Have a flush. I needed to go to the bathroom too,
Yes.
I took a bit of the toilet paper.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Oh, it is hot in here. All right. I'm going to grab me a beer. We're going to sort some books for a few minutes and then get right back to it. Oh my god. Let's sort some books to keep ourselves from being slightly annoyed with things right now. Okay. Whole new shelf. Big old book. My dad's book. King Coos. Mel Pratchett. It's a Macy's Day Parade. The light of the living dead is on its way. From the credit report, the duty calls. Give me something that I need. Satisfaction guaranteed to you. What's the consolation prize? Living inside these dreams of hope. Three. 82. We got a huff. Oh shit. Oh shit. 82. For a brand new home, what I've never known, and now I know it's all that I wanted. $1900. Cause I'm looking for a brand new home, one I've never known, and now I know it's all that I wanted. So this should be the first, right? Yeah, 1904. $18.85. What's up, guys?
You got 2 packages.
Hey,
Thank you. Hey,
size V5?
Luke, please don't open my stuff.
I only opened it a little.
Did they come from UPS?
Oh,
Yes.
They came from the giant truck.
Luke, what are you doing?
Sorry. I'm
Yeah,
looking
that
at
came
your
from
hustle
you,
castle.
Phoenix. No, I don't know. I've just been in my room all
What is that?
Pens.
Ooh.
I missed out.
Maybe there's more pens because that other box is probably too light to be books.
No. Put it down. Des, move. Why is your shirt on backwards?
I want to see you play Hustle Castle a lot.
What?
I really want to see you play Hustle Castle, but
Daddy,
you're not
What?
gonna.
did you get one singular book? I can't tell. It's super light.
Stop. Leave it alone.
Don't, Des.
I like a different type of boyfriend and a different type of food.
Holy. I
Can
want
I
to paint
step on
that.
those?
Please let me paint something like that.
Can I step on those?
I have to paint these ones, unfortunately. No, you cannot, Luke.
Why?
Yes.
Speaking of painting, it's D&D Day.
Not tonight. People had to cancel.
God
What?
Dawn,
Cancel
Dang
it?
out of here. Out of here. Out, out, out.
I want to see you play Hustle Castle and I really want to step on those things.
No, neither of those things are happening. We had some arrivals in the mail today. A little dragon wormling. Fresh hatched. Let me see if I can get this to show. There we go. That's a little better. This little guy should be fighting, should be actually aiding the adventuring party that I'm DMing for on Saturday. And with its help, this is happening. Gently. Gently. Is it that way? No, it's that way, right? Yeah. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Yeah, motherfucker. Why can't I get this to focus, for fuck's sake? Anyway. So, we got tall and we got small. See, that one was focusing fine before, but I don't know. See, that'll focus in close. Why won't this focus in close? Oh, I think because it sees my face. How's that? What if I hide behind it? There we go! Ha ha ha! Ah, fantastic. Eee! It fell. Well, I have some painting to do. Yes. So that. Wait. Where did. Ah! Oh! Almost threw the bass away. That would have been bad. It was such a big bass. I love it. I love it. Alright, we should probably get to work. I got some cashing up to do. It's so fucking hot in my office right now, it's actually a little ridiculous. Hey, what's up?
Let's play this.
Nope. That goes in your room. Love you. I've got a fan going. It's not helping much.
Episode 7. Outline. First draft. Rough edit. Entered. Okay. grab some toilet paper, pick it up, and grab some toilet paper, pick it up, and throw it away. Oh, why is today like today?
Nope. Sorry, I've had enough interruptions today. Love you. Lauren! Greetings! Didn't see you arrive. Oh, I'm very warm. I've been interrupted all day. And I'm not quite as far into this as I want to be. And in a minute I'm going to start writing first draft, but I wanted to finish the first draft today, but that's not going to happen, which I'm kind of annoyed about. I don't know, maybe I could do one more work stretch after this, but I'm so hot. It's so hot and unpleasant. Let's see how I feel in an hour. But on the good side, on the good side, dragons. And really...
What a dick!
Hey!
Holy crow. 2 years.
2 years, Bumblebee. Thank you so much for the sub. Dragons, Lauren. We got dragons in the mail. A young one, and then a baby one. Just the smallest baby. It won't focus. Why won't it focus? Focus. Focus. Anyway. The baby one is good. The larger one is bad. Evil. Is this how I make it focus? Oh, wow. You can get real close focus. Holy cow. Well, hello there. Yes. Dang, that is some tight focusing. Anyway. It's all very exciting. It's a little baby dragon. Such a nice little baby it is. What a cute little baby dragon. The levels! Why can't I ever make the fucking levels do what I fuck? Shit piss fuck the levels. All right, back to work. Oh no. What have I done? It's a little baby dragon. Such a nice little baby it is. What a cute little baby dragon. It's a little... So with Lauren being British, there's only two reasons that got clipped. Two possible reasons. The first is that it's not actually a terrible British accent. The second is that it's the worst possible British accent. Okay, I'm calling that good. I'm going to start the first draft. Here we go. Wish me fucking luck. Means a lot coming from you, Lauren. Wow. 4,049 words of outline. That never bodes well for an episode's length. I mean, I'm not trying to jinx myself, but rip fucking me. First draft. Oh, thank you. I was like, what? What's happening? What is this magic? Where are my headphones? Oh, gonna go grab my headphones. Be right back. See, I knew I was making the right decision, Seth. Told you. Oh, fuck. It's so hot in here. Thank you, Lauren. Excuse me. Dang it. How do you make it do that? I thought that said trouser. Trouser is alarmed. One trouser. A single trouser.
Not progress at all in a world of promises. Whoa.
Cute. This is what mods are for.
The bridges, wow, built the bridges. We built the bridges, whoa. We built the bridges underneath the shadows we know of. Walked across the line just to remember where it lays. You won't know your worth now, son, until you take a hit. You can't find the beat until you lose yourself in it. Shine your light on me. Until you've emptied all it has. You can't understand what lays ahead if you don't understand the past.
'Cause we won't back down, we won't run and hide. Yeah, 'cause these are the things that we can't deny. I'm passing over you like a satellite, so catch me as I fall. This time, making Christmas, la la la. Making Christmas, making Christmas. Hit the ground and I'm still running, but I need a place to stay tonight. So I'll be gone in the morning. I just need some place warm to close my eyes. Good night, Lauren. Stay tuned. I swear I'll be gone in the morning. I just need someplace warm to close my eyes. Thanks, Seth. Thanks for hanging out. Great to see you.
Ah, shit.
Daddy, four.
What?
It's four.
Right. Give me 1 minute. I'm almost done writing, and then I'm taking a break. Built to last. Ah, crap.
All right. Oh, right, because I didn't actually write. Okay, that's funny. Cool. I gotta go. Well, no, I'm just gonna do a quick thing for my kids, and then I'll be right back, and I will take my break here. Ugh. Oh. Into the Wilderness. Sarah Donati. Ooh, with a very favorable review by Diana Gabaldon. $98. That should be right around here. Are you 98? I hope you are. 99? Wait. Oh, okay. Wow. Weirdly, this is my first 98 book. I had 97, I had 99, I did not have 98. The One by David G. McDaniel. I have a feeling this was a Vanity Press book. Yeah. Yeah. My dad gave me this one. I don't remember exactly what he said about it, but one thing I remember is that he was like, there are a billion characters in this book, and almost none of them last. Like, you hear you hear from one character over here, and then a character over here, and then a character over there, and a character over there, and they're all witnessing the same major events, but like none of the characters last. Most of them die in their chapter, and almost none of them ever show up again. But I could be thinking of another book. I'm not sure, because the blurb on the back looks like it's about one character. Yeah, no, it's about one character. I must be thinking of another book. Or maybe it's like everybody except for the main character is like that. 2002 is what we care about. That'll be right around you. And we're what, McDaniel? Okay. 2000. 2003.
Dust and Blood. Cool looking book cover. There was a random indie book event happening at a museum in my area, and I went and checked it out. I've never read this book. I bought a copy because I want to support other indies, but I was dismayed that this that this book was so expensive. And it looked like they had been picked up by a publishing house that was not 100% above board. For example, this paperback, this little paperback dealie, I think this was like $18, maybe? And that's too much. And you don't have to charge that much for these books. Unless somebody's screwing something up somewhere on the supply or production line. Which is something that small, kind of scammy publishers will do. Sometimes. Not all of them, but enough. The reviews on the back are also not like... Yeah. Unfortunate. You're 2017, aren't you? What are we looking for? Kruger? So you should, if I'm correct, be here. 17. Yep. Bum 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 bum. Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse. What is this? Novel, okay. $51. $51. $51. Hey, 51. Bester Hesse. All right, let's do our last writing sprint for the day. Or like writing marathon, I suppose.
Daddy,
Yeah,
can you do my password now?
already did.
Oh.
Where is my music? Very much these triggers ache for the touch. Where's the strength we relied on? Actually, I'm just going to have this one be an hour and 12 minutes. All night with the light on. Still we don't know what we want. Can't you say control is to be unafraid?
The boy's no good, he's a hood. He won't treat you like he should. I said the boy's no good, he's a hood. He won't treat you like I would. I said the boy's no good. Listen to what I say, the boy's no good. He'll fuck you anyway, the boy's no good. I'm gonna have my say, the boy's no good. The boy's no fucking good. Watching lines from the wall. Oh, fight this anymore. Something in with one foot out the door. Die to be reborn. And I don't wanna be here anymore. I don't wanna be here anymore. Listening to not worth staying for. Paradise is something I've endured. Whoa, oh, whoa. Fight this anymore. Listening with one foot out the door. Die to be reborn. And I don't wanna be here anymore. Anymore.
But perfect as we are far from perfect. But perfect as we are bruised, we are broken, but we are goddamn works of art. Whoa, whoa,
personality, blind to this impending fate. Let the world carry your weight. Its back breaks with every mile, but they all live in denial. Can we be saved? Has the damage all been done? Is it too late to reverse what we've become? A lesson to learn at a crucial point in time. What's mine was always yours, and yours is mine. Save us from what we have become tonight. Eyes blaze with distrust, no sense of wrong or right. Oh, wait for me now. stop and realize. Well, choose I never asked to fail, but still I press on. the show. We're the miracles. Yeah. Part the seas around us, turn water into wine. I'm about to have a nervous breakdown. My head really hurts. And if I don't find a way out of here, I'm gonna go berserk 'cause I'm crazy and I hurt. Head on my shoulders. Let's go and berserk. Same old talk, talk, talk. The same old lies. You need me today. If you know what's good for you, you'll get out of my way 'cause crazy and I hurt. Head on my shoulders. Let's go and berserk. For acting out of line. You move anytime you can, 'cause crazy, 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 crazy. I don't care what you fucking do. I don't care what you fucking say. I'm so sick of everything. I'm still waiting now. I'm still waiting. From perfect. our lives. We never die. Are we not good enough? Are we not brave enough? Is the violence in our nature just the image of our maker? Are we not good enough? Are we not brave enough to become something greater than the violence in our nature? Are we not good enough? Are we not brave enough? Oh, I gotta pee so bad. Be right back.
Wake up disarray. I'll find us here. I know a place to disappear, as a voice proclaimed.
I'm gonna go for a walk. I'll be back.
Oh, okay. Everything good?
We just got out of a meeting with the school, and
Should I mute stream?
no, it's fine. I'm just gonna go for a walk. I'll chill out, take a deep breath.
Oy, oy, oy. So it looks like we're not sure when the new school year happens whether it's going to be school from home or if they're going to be allowed to actually go back to their school, and it's kind of stressing us out. Alright, and that is it for me today. What's happening?
Password? Password?
I'll be there in a minute. You can't come running in here without clothes on, dude.
Okay.
Go. Go. I'm serious. Who am I going to raid today? Oh, hey, Brenda's streaming. We're gonna raid Bren. Oh, how long have I been streaming? 9.5 hours? Oh, you know. No biggie. Jesus. Thank you for coming and hanging out with me today. It's been a long one. I hope you had fun. This episode's gonna mess people up. I think it's also gonna be really long, but we'll see. It's funny because not that much is actually gonna happen in this episode, but I think people are gonna be satisfied, personally. Alrighty. Say hi to Bren for me. And I will be back with an early stream tomorrow. Bye.
Be fair. Let's get this raid going, shall we? Get this raid over for Rabin. Rabin Writes. I feel like I really ought to change my name to like Brenna Writes, cause like that's another calling card of the Twitch writers. Oh my goodness gracious, really y'all? Trying to go and pack my bag for the weekend, and y'all are being kind with raids. Thank you so much, VlogaNovel. Garrett, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. You're about to